Hello? Is this working? Okay. Microphone is working properly. Oh, I need to unmute the game. As much as I like the music in this game, the loading screen music is a bit too much for me. I would go crazy if I had to hear this for the entire 5 minutes I was setting up. Okay, I think we were in the middle of a trial. I think Gina was with Barrick on the podium or stand, whatever it is.
Dishonor on you! Dishonor on your cow!
Oh my god. Alright, I don't remember if I pressed everything. I think we've gone through this testimony before. I don't remember what point we just brought up. Did I not save when I thought I did? Oh no, apparently I'm just supposed to press her on everything. I thought I did though.
Hold it!
Or maybe it's because I haven't pressed the other statements. Or is it different? Because I don't remember if I pressed this or not. This is the thing. Some of the statements sound very similar. Okay. I'll just go from here. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper.
Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what you found out.
If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse. Believing it to be a reference to the gentleman's club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone. So I guess it's different because Barrick is here. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's all right. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Okay. So I think her testimony's still the same. It's just that we need to press everything. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular?
Well, beside the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean Asashin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, is she?
Were you even listening yesterday? Asashin, the assassin.
What? Like, a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. The person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes.
Ah, then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been?
Clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life.
Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku. What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin.
Hey, Grouse.
Hold it!
I keep slipping from my chair.
There we go.
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? Well, that's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there.
Mr. Jigoku was the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say.
So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor.
If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago, after that fateful case.
Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here's got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Oh, a criminal? What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku's no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens.
You did?
It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike.
What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Shigoku was targeted for assassination?
The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is.
Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that?
Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension.
But... Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Odo. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do, usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss.
That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums could make a detective. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
I've had it with the lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, innit? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. Thank you for the head pat. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean? I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Is this the last one? I gotta find a flaw somewhere. What happens if I press this? I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh?
What do you mean?
Amongst everything we've heard during his cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation, one inconsistency.
What? An inconsistency?
Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Oh, what is the inconsistency? I don't remember, man. Okay, apparently... Oh. Okay, well, it's supposed to be Kazuma.
Take that!
Oh, Hello, Cammy. How are you doing? But yeah, Kazuma did say something. I don't know if I can go back to it. Yeah, no, I don't think the history goes back that far. But he did say something. I didn't think too much of it, but that's supposed to be the inconsistency. By you, Kazuma Sogi.
Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering counsel? Prosecutor Sergi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent?
You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done.
Very well then, counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi has said?
It's supposed to be the trunk. Oh, I guess this isn't a metal trunk then?
Take that!
Ace Attorney's a fun game. I'm on Bridge to the Turnabout. Oh, nice! That's the, is that Phoenix Wright, I think? Because I don't think that's one of the, cases in here. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's, Phoenix Wright. But yes, it's a very fun game. I hope you like it. This is the trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson.
Metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain, and a relatively fresh one, too.
What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Gina, I'm pretty sure blood and grease look very different. Then I have to do the Great Ace Attorney. Oh no, I hope I'm not spoiling anything. Because this is basically the last trial for the game. For this one anyway. Final trial, good luck. It's very sad when it's over, but they do tie everything up pretty nicely.
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it! Me with my nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma.
Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk.
So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk?
You know the man went on a trip to France.
It helps me. Well, I hope if I could, I would like use that memory device from Men in Black and just flash you so that you would forget everything because this is the last trial, there's like a lot of like plot twists, and so like you really don't want to know any of this stuff. You really don't.
Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
But yeah, if you can, just don't watch this. It's not worth spoiling yourself. It's really not. If you still want to lurk, just mute the tab or something. If you're, I don't know, if you're on mobile, you probably can't do that, but you can leave. I'm not bothered by it. Like, I really don't want you to spoil yourself. Try to erase everything you saw from your brain. But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you?
At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke?
Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but... if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it could only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you don't think... Probably forget it by tomorrow? Well, I hope so.
Come on, Ryunosuke. You know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing.
Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector.
He was there, with Gregson.
There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right.
The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where's the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asogi to Inspector Gregson?
Well, the only thing that I have is there's the blood stain, and then there's whatever this scratch is. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. I mean, I guess since it kind of oxidized. Let's have a look inside. I don't think there's really anything in there. Oh, what the fuck? What's this? Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Oh shit. Well, this is like a slash mark, isn't it? What is it? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Well, it's gotta be that, like, metal chunk over there.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Kuruma.
Of course it is.
Won't you draw it here in this courtroom? for all to see.
Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Sogi like a hawk.
That won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed? Kazuma Sogi?
Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Sogi?
Yes, on 31st October I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk
in order to carry out a mission.
So the additional person authorized to travel
was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark.
What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You're following the Reaper's orders. You dispatched Judge Shigegoku.
Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan.
We're never going to do it. We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day.
On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. And we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan.
You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin.
Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but
you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
A boarding house? In Dunkirk?
My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the Mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in Inspector Gregson in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord.
Ooh, I can go examine it.
We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed.
What? Remains unharmed? Well, he went to go send a telegram. But, like, we haven't heard from him since. You killed Inspector Gregson. How could you? You should be there on that stand.
I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday.
How did you?
When a foreign dignitary invited to Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise.
You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed?
The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I truly were the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order in court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes.
Now?
Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Jigoku.
No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake.
My lord?
I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties.
Ah,
Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
well damn. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Who is Goddard's ancestor? If you mean in Phoenix Wright, are you talking about Goddard? Because if you're in the last case, you should be finding out who he is. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last year. Of course! The little Mr. Shomstall that Iris gave us. Ryunosuke is Phoenix's ancestor, right? Yes. That is Phoenix's ancestor. There aren't any, like... I haven't met any Fays, so I'm assuming I haven't come across any ancestors for Maya or Mia or Pearl. But yeah, the only ancestors I've met is for Phoenix, right? And Pain. I guess you could kind of debate that Susato could be an ancestor for the Fae clan. She could be. But I'm not so sure. Von Karma could be Van Zeke's. Edgeworth though, Edgeworth technically, I don't think there would be an ancestor for him.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
Edgeworth is Kazuma? Maybe. Could be. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? Do it! Bop it, twist it. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave!
Ow!
That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? Where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the Feltall talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. All right then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. No way! Don't tell me I get to play as Sholmes! The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection. Well done. Gotta go. See you next week. See you, Cammy. Have fun with Phoenix Wright. Also, this doll, it's so cute. I don't know how it works, but it pulls on his ear, I guess. This is so cute. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow! Miss Susato, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert the fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say.
not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
Until later, then.
Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first.
Ow, 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 ow! I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion.
Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes?
Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine.
I love this.
Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long.
There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin.
No way! I get to be Sholmes and Mikoto. This is great.
First class cabin number 2.
Yes, this is the one.
But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing.
Oh my god, is it beef stroganoff?
That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow.
Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you?
He's got Sholmes on his arm. Oh, he's a relative to beef stroganoff.
Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chicken Stroganoff when you see?
Oh man. Oh man, chicken stroganoff. What is this, his younger brother?
Great detective. I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine.
Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes.
I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave. Now. How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba.
I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Chigoku.
There is no one with his name on board.
We know that he purchased a ticket for passage.
Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think.
What? Are you sure? So Seishiro's realized that we're after him, has he?
This cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined!
Any You have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes.
Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside. Mikatoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you?
Opening any lock.
Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner.
How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I?
Good man. So, the game is afoot. Oh, I guess I play as Mikatoba. What's this?
This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow.
I'm gonna try it.
Achoo! Choo!
That sounds like a big mouse in trap. I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery.
I don't like the sound of that.
In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound.
Oh, really, Sholmes, and pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make?
PP, naturally. They're also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikatoba, do a PP this time.
No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution.
Okay, well, there's obviously the fire alarm. What's this?
It's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded.
Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. Though I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily.
If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court.
Does it not strike you, though, Mikatoba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin when both are apparently vacant?
He's like a Neo-Temple Guardian statue, this fellow, the way he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabin is unoccupied?
Because this area is only for first-class passengers. We must look out for suspicious criminals.
He was looking straight at me when he said that.
My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious as criminals go. But still, criminals.
No. For goodness sake, Sholmes, tell the man we're neither suspicious nor criminals.
Ah, yes, quite right, Mikatoba. Curses, this seaman is far too able for his own good. Be extremely careful in what you say.
One of us ought to be, yes.
What is that?
That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now. Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing.
LMAO, I don't know if this is the right one, but I want to try it. I'm gonna save just in case it is the right one. And then that way I can try the other option, because I think the other option was the fire alarm. Ah! What is happening? Where is light?
Now, Sholmes, now!
Nobody there.
That was a close shave.
Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor.
Be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach.
Okay, it's gotta be the fire alarm then.
This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance.
Yo, what are you doing? If we were at sea, this would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous... No, as I told you.
Now, Sholmes, now.
Done.
Not even 5 seconds, eh?
Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go.
Oh, yes. Good gracious.
It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly.
Those clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's without question.
Well, it seems we are just a little too late.
Yes, by about 2 hours.
Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here.
And that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes.
Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling.
Okay, well, ads are starting soon, so they're gonna start any minute now. All I can do is examine stuff. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the, this little horn thing you hear has been stuffed. So I guess nobody can hear anything? Or, like, you can't hear people? I don't know. Where's the wardrobe? There's the waste bin. I don't know if stuff has been knocked over. Oh, this has been moved. This used to be here, but now it's here, so it's covering something. I don't know about the clothes, though. And I don't know about this door. How is it locked? I don't see a lock. Maybe there's like a sliding bolt, but I don't know how you would unlock that. Oh well, details, details. Alright, we're gonna have to sit out the ads. We're just gonna wait. I think what I'll do while I'm waiting is just stuff this thing in crochet. I think I was done, yes, I just had to sew this. Okay, let me cut it loose actually. I still need to measure how heavy this thing is. Never mind, I'm back. Welcome back, Cammy. I don't know if you're in the middle of that. Oh no, you've got a subscription. No. But yeah, I still don't think you should be here. I don't think you should spoil yourself. Even if you do think you'll forget it. Okay. I need to grab all this stuffing out. But yeah, I think the first couple of times I make this crochet thing, I gotta weigh everything. Okay, we still got a minute left in the ads. I already forgot what happened last time? Well, I hope you did. I already don't have a good memory, but for some reason spoilers seem to stick in my head. Okay, I think that's empty. Okay, we're gonna weigh this. How heavy is this right now? Gotta take all these markers out because I don't want to count them. Okay, let's see. Still, okay, 12 grams. 12 grams. These things are like ridiculously light. It's very annoying that shipping is so expensive. Okay, these are 12 grams. Gotta go write that down quickly. I currently have a Google Sheet where I'm keeping everything. There we go. Alright, we gotta look around this steamship. Let me just jam everything back into this. I gotta put all the stuffing back in. Alright, what should we look at first? I think I want to look at this first. I'm curious about this.
There's a speaking tube here, look. Oh, it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose.
Oh, indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering.
That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
Oh, I already looked at that. I gotta skip through this. Well, there's this tea set here. Well, not tea set, but like water, I think? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it...
Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off.
Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks.
Harden?
Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Hold on, I'm just putting this scale away.
Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water.
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
Are they gonna open it? Naruhodo, are you in there?
According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe.
Indeed he was, and it was of similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
What? Whatever for?
It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment.
Really, Shum, surely you can just tell me what you said.
Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer.
I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe.
Oh my god, I went through this all over again. I keep forgetting because the marker remains the same. So that's done. What about the trash?
This is the waste paper basket. Look, there's still rubbish inside.
Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets.
I sincerely hope only for your work.
Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago.
3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London then. And I was still aboard myself.
Evacuation drill notice, 31st October. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't click through.
Oh yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now.
Why did it not let me finish reading?
For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
Okay. Well, I need to go... I can't look at it. I'm very annoyed. I wanted to read it. Another time. That's a very sizable trunk indeed.
Seishiro was partial to all things large.
A rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape.
Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though.
Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. So 7 digits, you have basically 10 possible numbers, 0 to 9. And so that's... What is it? That would be 9 to the power of 7, I think. If I'm remembering that correctly. Because what is it? It's 7 spaces with 9 possible numbers in each one, so you would just be multiplying 7 times or whatever. 9 to the power of 7. So that's about almost 5 million combinations. Yeah, I am doing that right. 9 to the power of 7. Yeah, so that's almost 5 million possible combinations. I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Yeah, that would be like... that would be torture.
Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows.
I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible.
I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me.
You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you?
LMAO, would you like to hear about our Lord and Savior, Sherlock Holmes? That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, dressing gown.
Mahiki work trousers, Tanzan robe, a haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe.
Looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry.
Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few.
I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. All the doors on this vessel have locks, I believe.
Wise idea. You never know where and when criminals may strike. But of course, to the great detective Herlock Sholmes. Lock, bolt, or shirt button, it makes no difference. All are unfastened with equal ease. Oh! Is he implying something? He's unfastening shirt buttons with ease? Whose shirts are you unbuttoning, sir?
The way you go on, you sound rather more like a great thief than a great detective.
Dear Mikotoba, so as long as there's greatness, I'm quite satisfied.
Of course you are. The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see?
Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Oh, there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
May very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere.
No! You are still here.
Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganov. Hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Eh? You are waiting for me. Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of a trick you played before. Oh, I accidentally made him British. Oops.
Poor innocent chicken.
It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov. You know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? How can you?
Good gracious, Sholmes. You mean you've worked it out? All of it?
It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? I have an idea, Herlock Sholmes merch. I would pay for that. I'm pretty sure it already exists.
Nothing would please me more.
What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What?
Ah, yes, of course.
So you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then, please, do take the lead. What But in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba.
It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3.
Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me.
I think I can manage that.
It has to be the ice, right? Oh, can I not examine stuff? Interesting.
Take that!
What was that? What was that? The little tippy taps? This game, oh my god, what is with this game? Oh my god, hold on, I need a minute to compose myself. I wasn't expecting that. Oh my goodness.
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass.
How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. This well-chilled glass in hand. Oh my god, maybe he is in the closet.
Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes.
One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganov?
But why would Seishiro run from us?
Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan?
Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door and Seishiro was. Yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
So I suspected. Well, you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide.
What traces?
I know nothing about this. This is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganov?
Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba.
Oh, that's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something dangerous. Oh, by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee you ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba.
No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns as well, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. Is it this? Because I can't think of anything else.
Take that!
No! Mikotoba, no games now were my words, were they not?
Come, Sholmes, where's the fun in life without a little fooling around,
Quite right you are.
It was a close shave. I'd better rethink that before I'm the fool here.
Hey, just tilt your head to one side and listen carefully to the faint cries of the scene. Hear the evidence calling out for you to find it. Here I am, it cries.
Well, your methods were never conventional, but you know I've always been willing to give them a try.
Dear God, Mikotoba, open your eyes. It was metaphorical listening that I was suggesting.
Ah,
Maybe it's, this? Speaking tube? No, it has to be this.
Take that!
I can see why they're friends now. I can see why they're friends.
the rules of passage in this frame here, they're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry.
Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Ah, you're right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganov? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability.
Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve.
So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift the frame off the wall?
That looks like a bullet hole.
What? Who has been shooting walls? I see. The projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganov. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you are talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by...
I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes.
Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it.
So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that.
His scarf. Still love their scarves, how it looks like fish. His chunky arms. Oh, I love how they call it chunky arms. His little belly button's exposed. Is it the Sholmes thing on his arm? His tattoo. His fucking chunky arms. Oh, he's got money in his pocket. Maybe it's this.
Take that!
I can't get over these tippy taps, man.
It's almost too obvious for words.
Why? The universal language of the world. Money. Ah,
And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes?
ah.
So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice.
But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov.
You
know where Mr. Jigoku was hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally.
Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor.
We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. He's looking at the waste paper basket, is that what it is? Or is he looking at the trunk? Could be looking at either.
Take that!
Well, he won't fit in the waste paper basket. I'm living for these. This is so great. This is the highlight of my night.
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you?
Ah.
The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
Still has the breath to take. I fear you may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code.
Combination lock can be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure.
Of course.
In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. No, I know nothing about combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Oh, it's not Sholmes, it's just digits upside down. Oh my god! They pulled a Danganronpa on me. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk?
How on earth do you expect me?
It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time. Okay, what is Sholmes upside down? The thing is, I don't know which way it is. Okay, we're gonna try that. 5, 4, 1. What would M be? Because E would be like, okay, we'll try 5. E would be like 6. No. That would be 2. Oh, I guess this is 3. We'll try that. SHOLMES.
Take that!
No, it's refusing to open.
Tell me, what number did you use?
Well, to begin with, I thought I'd try my birthday.
Your birthday? Interesting. Since as of today, with that absurd guesswork, you're dead to me.
As measured as ever in response, Sholmes.
0, 1, 3. That's a 2, right? If you would only look in the right place, Mikotoba, the answer would be staring you in the face.
right place.
Oh, I guess I got it backwards. If you're having a spot of bother, I always find standing on my head aids the cognitive processes. So I guess it should be the other way around. So this should be 4. This should be 0. This should be 3. This should be 2.
Take that!
There we go.
That did it. It's open.
You had to meddle, didn't you? Well, Eugen, you found me now.
Seishiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits.
Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Chikoku, my old friend and traveling companion.
The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Alright, see you later, Cammy. You made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour.
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you.
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is?
Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am.
I just see for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it?
Eugen, I have nothing to say to you.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes this ship will set off on its onward voyage, not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my movements.
We have this, Seishiro. Take it.
What is it?
It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be.
You came prepared then, Eugen.
Come on, Let's go.
1 moment.
What is it, Sholmes?
Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket.
What is that, Seishiro?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea.
Oh my god, it's the thingy for Gregson's pocket watch.
By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know.
Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France.
Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant.
That was a fun little section. Kazuma Sogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. I'm starting to feel really sleepy.
In the past 30 minutes while this call was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
No, the trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Yunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword.
And you should know never to presume when the battle is won.
The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty.
All relevant testimony. Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony.
In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness?
Seishiro Jigoku, the very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Jigoku, you found him. But still, the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku's already dead. Oh, in the name of God, did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk, thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions.
Herlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Professor Asogi, Gregson was taking on a mission to assassinate a man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October.
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. Prosecution concurs. The courts must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side.
No, my lord.
No objections, my lord.
We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. To be continued, and I think we still have maybe 2 parts to the trial, technically. The unexpected halt to proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. Being outside the Bailey where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh, a feast! How lovely! We got pie, we got like big ass chicken. Not chicken stroganoff.
You've returned, my dear fellows.
Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know.
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So, this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? He's your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse.
When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about that, what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
Now then, I must say it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge
We took him to Scotland Yard. Investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Did I read that line? For Professor Mikotoba, this must be quite a shock for him.
Ah yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply before.
What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters. Wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news because supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so heat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Huh? Why ever not?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Oh! Oh, that's right, he never properly explained. Iris, do you mean? Thank you for the head pat. I'm like falling asleep in my seat.
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? What? Misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know,
I know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Oh, Iris.
The pheasant is by the way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite all right.
Why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine with our largely pheasantless plates, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
A fine idea, Shums. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. We can't let this opportunity slip away. He looks so cute. Can we not look at this? Okay, it's just Shums here. Maybe they finished dating? Mr. Shums, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer.
Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. You're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Oh, another pun. Okay, telegram. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then?
This. I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. The record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin. T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
What? Those 4 names? We've come across that same exact list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. Exposing the means by which secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. We never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names need by tomorrow. Naruhodo.
I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. Ah, Turtle Man! And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand.
Anyway, a list of names was found in Seishiro's office as Sholmes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Usato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma from coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I am afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
Well, there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
So, you manipulated me.
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it. What if it was all contrived? I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
I seem to remember Miss Usato and I had some rather strong words for her. Oop, ads have started. We will wait. Dear Lord, I'm so sleepy. I'm debating on turning on the heating pad, but if I get any warmer, there's no going back. I'm gonna like pass out. Okay, supposedly 3 minutes. I'm gonna have a chocolate. The dogs are sleeping. What do we have? Oh, we never looked at this. I don't know. I already know that's part of the pocket watch. Not supposed to go on there. But that would mean that Gregson was in Seishiro's trunk. What is this? The evacuation trail. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk. I think Dunkirk is France. All crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. In order to review evacuation procedures, the drill will take 20 minutes. So there were no crew members for 20 minutes, basically. Sleepy, go to bed. Are you in bed yet? You should go to bed. I should go to bed. This is a telegram. Ah. Alright, I will continue stuffing this toy.
I still have a decent amount of stuffing that I bought all that time ago. I thought I would need to buy like the big box. But these little things I'm making don't really need that much stuffing. So we'll see. I'll still have to buy it eventually. Because I think it's cheaper to buy the big box. I need to double check, but I think it worked out much cheaper as it normally is. Okay, ads are done. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna stuff in this last bit of stuffing. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh?
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. Close at hand. Hand, I don't know.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. We have to, like, show him something? Oh, we never examined the sword. I want to examine it. Karuma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Just the tip. Just the tip. The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. I mean, is there a way we can confirm it with the trunk? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. The tip of Karuma. So this is how it was broken. Kazuma's swordsmanship is second to none. I can't believe he'd misjudge it like that.
Clearly he wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control of the power in his stroke. Too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps.
Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. Okay, so that's been confirmed. Can I still pull on this?
What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears.
Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now?
I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience.
But I want to know. I was hoping I could press it. Okay, can we look at this? You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head. It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. I still very much want a pocket watch. I don't have anywhere, like, I need to get, like, a vest. I need to get myself a vest so that I can, like, have, like, a pocket watch and have, like, you know, the pocket watch chain clip thing and be very fashionable. Where is it? Can I confirm? What do you think, Miss Susato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. Oh, alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Okay. That's been done. I don't think there's anything else for us to look at. Okay, we obviously have to show him something. We show him this. Mr. Shums, would you mind looking at this? This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now. The pheasant. Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. Okay, what are we supposed to... Oh, we're supposed to show him the telegram. Okay. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Yasugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret to say from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that, the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan. Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct. Oops, I accidentally skipped. And partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they are all somehow connected. As I said, when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan,
My mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. Accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Huh. K. Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
Ah. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
No,
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A
big hole, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh yes, you mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Huh.
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
Ah. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination.
And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you there is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student?
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean... Kazuma? Oh! He... did say in court earlier today.
Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that?
Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. Thank you for that. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh yes.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
Highest levels?
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Chikoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson. So Judge Chikoku wasn't actually the Mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and employed him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with a young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in.
All right, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it early? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Are you?
But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
What? Oh, really?
Oh yes, without question.
So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Bruno to the floor.
Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, well, wait a moment. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Bruno.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow. Now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh,
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram is in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. They're so cute. I hope we get a big family photo at the end. The one for the first game was adorable. The yawns don't stop. Oh my dear lord.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, we will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve. Yes, that's my intention.
My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. He did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day.
Kazuma.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory now. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Beric Van Zieks.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to be a test. This is going to test it to the limit.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So, it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. Witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked.
Are you sniffing me?
My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. We also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young man murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
Came to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight?
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest, may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, Being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor did I meet the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, you're at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Rinosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku's involved in that case?
If I had to guess, I show like the little twisty knob or the sword thing.
Okay, well, there's this as well.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: A. Keisoki, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office.
What? How on earth did you... What's all this about? Why is my name on that list?
The list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Or maybe Gregson was the assassin, who knows? Keisogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi. Did I read this? Whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Keisogi and T. Gregson. One assassination from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense growing?
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchanges. The telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind and plan. Oops, I missed the thingy. What was it? Was you.
Judge Jigoku, what's this all about?
And you, Kazuma. You lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acted that you'd accepted the assassination admission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
You deliberately avoided saying a name.
The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all subjects when I'm present when I say that the very idea seems very utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important thing that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court.
There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
I've fallen asleep a little here. It's just because I'm sitting. Just because I'm sitting and not moving that I am falling asleep.
It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
There's a bullet hole in your cabin. So you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest... Oh, wrong voice. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here.
He used such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Sogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council?
Kazuma-sama? Chigoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. Obviously, it's Lord Strongheart.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship at Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric Van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program that was a facade for such oh my god, what is that? Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Oh. Thank you for the 69 bits. Hello. Are you awake early this day? I'm falling asleep. How are you doing? Did I ask that already? I don't know. I'm so sleepy. I think I'm gonna actually get up and like stretch for a minute because holy shit, I can't. I think I need to stand up. Give me a second. Oh man. Okay. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. I just went and did a couple jumping jacks. Hopefully that wakes me up. Sure, let's go with early. Oh my goodness. I hope you don't have anything to do later. Cause it's like, what is it for you? It's it's 7? 7 in the morning? I mean, I do, but oh dear, I hope you're able to function later. Don't be like me and like fall asleep while you're doing something. Sometimes sleep is just not there. Oh no! Is it possibly insomnia? I haven't had the displeasure of experiencing it. But like not being able to sleep just sounds like hell. Have it from time to time? That's unfortunate.
we are currently, where are we right now? So you missed a little bit. You missed like this little like cute investigation part where we got to play as Shomes and like Susato's dad. That was fun. We're back in court now. Man, what happened? The Japanese judge guy, Seishiro, he was missing. We managed to find him. He was hiding on the ship he came from, and yeah, we found him. That was the whole thing with Shomes and Susato's dad, is they went on the ship to go after him. So we found him. He's here now in court, testifying. But basically, we found evidence that implies that Kazuma is an assassin. I'm not sure if he's a trained professional, but he accepted a mission to assassinate. So what it was is, we found this telegram. By the way, this telegram popped up in a earlier case. I think it popped up in the first game. Kind of like his dad then. I don't know, man. I'm still like skeptical about his dad, if his dad really was the professor or not. But yeah, this was the because there was a court case where someone was leaking British secrets to like other countries. And the one telegram contained these 4 names. And we had no idea what they meant. So basically, K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. So the current theory that the game is going with right now is that Asa Shin was sent as an exchange student to assassinate John Wilson, which implies that Kazuma Asogi is supposed to be sent as like a visiting student to assassinate Gregson. So that's the current theory we're going with right now, and that's what we're exploring. Oh, okay, yeah, those jumping jacks did wonders. I'm a bit more awake now.
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. But yeah, I think basically Seishiro's saying that like it's impossible for Gregson to have died on that ship or whatever. But we did learn that ship has a freezer. Because when we were on that ship with Shomes and Susato's dad, I'm just gonna call him Mikotoba. When we were with Shomes and Mikotoba, when you go to Seishiro's cabin, there's like a glass of water with ice in it. So that implies there's a freezer on the ship somewhere. They also have refrigerators. I guess... I was trying to think about like the effects of like slowing decomposition with a fridge versus a freezer. Obviously with the freezer you risk like ice crystals or whatever. Wasn't there a thing? I know they can't do this now, but like I think modern technology, you can obviously tell if a body's been frozen or not. Because I'm pretty sure like something to do with blood and ice crystals and whatnot. Anyways.
It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
Oh, I meant to press him. I forgot to press him. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So you agreed to it? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
What is this? What weird drama is this? Okay. Bloody ice crystals, not the ones in your ear, right? Ice crystals in ear? Oh, do you mean this earring thing? No, it didn't come from a corpse, unfortunately. But like, what are these higher ups doing? What kind of person? Well, you know, I can see that happening. Are people that bored? Could you imagine? I've got all this money, I've got all this power, and I have nothing to do with my time. So you know what? I'm gonna go and talk with another powerful being in another country, and we're gonna send people to each other's countries to kill people. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I'd advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Okay, the target was
Gregson. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? Well, he knows how to use a sword.
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
But why Inspector Gregson, the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea, really. I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
Your defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
We had arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. There was no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
Ah,
My hands were completely tied.
so Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen.
Months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea.
Okay, on the evening, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. That is not true. We will prove him wrong. Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself,
What do you mean?
because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
Oh, we're gonna stop here because the ads have started. Heimdall, you would have loved this man. Okay, I don't know. I don't think you were there previously for any of the early Great Ace Attorney stuff, but when we first went to London, when Kazuma supposedly died, there was another crewman. Not this one, but I think it's his brother. His name was Buff Stroganov. Spelled that way, I think. Buff, and then I don't remember how Stroganov was spelled. Stroganov, something like that. And this is his brother. Chicken Stroganov. Wait, is his name in the court record? Hold on. I hope so. It would be so funny. No! His name's not there. Oh well. But yeah, that is what you're seeing right now is his brother, Chicken Stroganov. Lost my shit seeing this man's name. But yeah, his shirt is way too small. But yeah, this little section of the game was very fun. Because I think, oh man, there was like a really great part. I'm probably gonna clip it at some point if I remember. I need to remember to clip it. But like, Sholmes does his deduction thingy, but Mikotoba does it with him. And it's great. Because every time Mikotoba makes a point, he does a little tip-tap dance. So that was fun. But what was it? When you're like inspecting his person, because at some point you have to like find a reason. What was it? Sholmes deduced that Seishiro was still in the cabin and that Chicken Stroganov knew he was in there and he knew where he was. And we have to prove how we know this. And the evidence was like a bunch of money in his pocket or whatever. But like, you can look at his arm You're not allowed to examine anything for whatever reason, which was really sad. I guess, I don't know. I guess no time. No, I didn't mean to press anything. Because technically all that occurred during like a 30-minute recess at court. So basically during the 30-minute recess, Sholmes and Mikotoba were investigating. So you can look at his arm and literally it pops up chunky arms. That was great. But yeah, this game, I don't know. It has its moments. It's very nice. Okay, ads are done. All right, where were we? I accidentally skipped this line.
There was a well-built...
No, I did say this. I'll say it again.
There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it.
Okay, and this is the last one. If there'd been a shot fire, the crewman would have heard it.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
Oh my god, can we call him to the stand? Oh wait, no, he's on a ship that's already sailed to like Italy or whatever.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
Oh wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh?
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
What kind of bullshit excuse is that? Ugh. That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true, the witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, we know which statement he's lying on. It's this one. He said there was somebody outside his cabin at all times, which is not true. There was like some sort of drill that the all the crew members had to go to. Yeah. 10 p.m. All crew members are required to assemble on the main deck. Drill will take 20 minutes. So yeah, 20 minutes to shoot the guy.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had an ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh. Damn.
Objection!
20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin, unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. Do I present the thingy of the watch I found, the crown?
You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October?
All I have is this.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer? Murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. but rather like this pocket watch. It's full of cracks.
Nah, you didn't have to burn me so bad. What?
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October.
Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin, after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
Ippon Seoi.
A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Ah!
I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're just gonna press him on everything.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
The man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung in. Okay, that's a small typo. 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true.
You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells on the guard's head.
Point is, I left the cabin before its occupants returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin.
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion.
That's right, none whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. There was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life.
Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw.
I imagine his watch broke when I threw him. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but
All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
ugh, that's killed the idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
Nope, not worked it out yet? Nope, clearly not, definitely. Who would know? Okay, there's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea.
Think about it, stripling.
Why does he call me stripling?
All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Well, funny that you mentioned that. Someone tried to, and then it didn't work. It exploded and somebody died. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Obviously, he used his trunk. I don't know if I have anything for that, though. I'm pretty sure it's this statement I'm supposed to present on. Telegram, evacuation drill, sword, passport. Do we use this trunk? Like, this is Gregson's trunk, but can we imply that he used his trunk? Oh, we do have a thingy. We have this. This is what we're supposed to present. Because obviously he used his trunk, because when Shomes and Mikotoba went to the cabin to go find Seishiro, because he was like missing, he was hiding in his trunk. So you could definitely fit a body in there.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all these passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Oh, I knew you were jealous.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. He does have a very magnificent beard, I will give him that. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. God, that's such a morbid thought. This entire time we were catching up being like, Susato's dad, oh my god, the judge. Gregson's body was in that trunk. His body was literally right there and we didn't know, and that is so disturbing.
Order! Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep fresh food on their long sea voyages. Oh, to keep food fresh, I mixed that up. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
Prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. as the accused, Beric Van Zeeks, shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Do we have... Well, there was blood on the trunk. And the trunk is pretty... I think it's the trunk, right? Because the blood on the trunk has been oxidized. It, like, doesn't look super fresh. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Nope, never mind. I am wrong. Because I was thinking it was either the trunk or the picture of Gregson, and it is the picture of Gregson. I guess it would make sense. If you got shot, you wouldn't crumple up like that.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Yes. But the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Chigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. I thought it was stated that he died instantly.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Judge Chigoku, present your trunk for examination.
I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ew, you also have to remember that when Sholmes and Mikotoba were looking for him, that he hid himself in his own trunk. So he hid in a trunk that a dead body had been in for a bit. Ew. I couldn't do it.
Present my trunk. I refuse. What?
On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to.
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh. This is getting interesting.
Order! Order in court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it! Have you no shame? Oh, have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country.
Oh, but you don't admit to killing him.
Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You. Dear God, outrageous!
So it was you. You admit to Inspector...
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity.
Oh shit, he's trying to pin this on Kazuma.
And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... I'm pretty sure we're supposed to say impossible, because obviously we can't implicate Kazuma. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence, so present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement?
Well, couldn't we do the note again because there would have been someone outside? I'm pretty sure it's that. There would have been someone outside. There was, like, no opportunity.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock is indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Oh yeah, it would have been impossible because Kazuma said he left the ship. And, you know, he would have... I think he said he was staying at like a hotel or something. Now, clearly, the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Ugh.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. I don't know how to growl. I can't growl. I'm sorry. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. And that's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku.
it was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Ah! He broke it again!
It's over. My life is over.
Holy shit.
British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain.
Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France. In his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I had received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So, the revolver belongs to you, does it?
And the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question. Sorry, Happy's making noises in her sleep. Of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
Then on arrival in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification.
Ah!
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in the trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there, and then, So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece was found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap.
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
Sounded good enough, thank you. I don't make it a habit of practicing growling, so... Thought he impaled himself there? Nah, he's very strong. He did impale the wood, though, rest in peace. It's funny, though, because that's his second time breaking the witness stand.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
I thought Lord Strongheart was Seishiro's British counterpart. So, I don't know if he's doing this because he's actually not his counterpart or he's just playing a role. Because I was so certain that like Strongheart was behind all this. You know, he's the British counterpart. He's part of the Reaper. You know, now I don't know. Is that the Reaper? I'm not sure yet. Because it would make no sense to introduce a random character as the head of the Reapers. You know, like it doesn't make sense. So it has to be someone we've already met. And the only viable person is Lord Strongheart. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Damn, that's cool.
Say, Shiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. May I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey in this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor, as you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Beric Van Zieks.
Objection.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
The ads are gonna start soon. What? What? Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Okay, they just started. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. I don't think I peed at all. And it's been like, oh my goodness, 4 hours. Okay. I think, how close are we? I think we'll be able to play until the next break. So there's gonna be, I think, a break. And then there's gonna be another part of the trial. Yeah, and then that'll probably be the next stream, and that will be the last one. And then I will have to sit and ponder about what to do with my life. Okay, I will be back. Time for me to go piss. I'm back. Sounds cool. I wonder what to do with my life too. That is something I wonder too often. Oh, you know what? I should open the door a little bit. was worried the dogs were overheating a little bit, so I opened the door to my room. So hopefully not all of the heat gets trapped in here. Although it is 3 degrees outside. It snowed a few days ago. It finally snowed, and then it rained, and so all the snow melted away. I don't know if it's gonna oh, well, apparently... Oh no! Are you kidding me? I went to go look at the weather predictions for this week, and like there's gonna be a day where it gets to -11 or -12. No, I'm not built for the minuses. It could be worse. I could be in like depending on which, I think the more east you go in Canada, the colder it is. I think that's how it is. I could be wrong. I don't know. Hello, Zero. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Oh, you played some more Star Ocean. Did you make much progress? Is Star Ocean a very big game? But yes, we are in the we're still on the last case for Great Ace Attorney. I think we're in like we're maybe about like two-thirds. But yeah, many plot twists. We finally found out who killed Gregson. I love me. My dog has come up to sniff me. Yes, that's good to hear. But yeah, we were just currently discussing how cold the weather has been lately. Lots of twisting. So many twists. So many. Like, the judge, Seishiro, was not expecting that. Like, literally was not expecting that. We're still contemplating on who's the real Reaper, though. Anyways, we're at a point where we basically proved that Barrick was not guilty in killing Gregson, but then Kazuma is objecting. The music is always bopping. Nevertheless, Barrick Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. I think Kazuma is just mainly just butthurt about his dad. I think that's why he's objecting right now. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? For a second or two, your voiceover matched the character's mouth flaps. I'm not that talented at voice acting. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. I don't think he's thinking straight. He wants revenge for his father, yeah. I mean, that was his whole reason for coming to Britain. That was like... I would say that was literally his life's purpose, to go to Britain and like find out about his dad. And I may be tired and delirious, but it kind of freaked me out. That's funny. I think it freaked you out more because you were tired and delirious. But yeah, I was so confident that the British counterpart that Jigoku kept talking about was strong art. Like, I was so sure, but like now I'm not so sure. Because who else could it be, you know? Like, it doesn't make sense. Who else could it be? Who else could be in such a position to do that? And like, it wouldn't make sense for it to be one of like the small other side characters we've met. Like, this guy, I don't know, he's prison governor. Don't think it's him, though. Like, it's gotta be this guy. Like, come on. He's the Lord Chief Justice. Who else? We'll see, though.
As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Eric Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? Kazuma just likes making my job difficult. It has to be Herlock Sholmes. Dude, if it was Herlock Sholmes, I would, like, quit the game. I would quit the game. Like, what the fuck, man? He's too stupid for that. Let's be honest. He's too stupid for that.
Order! Order! The Reaper of the Bailey. The long-standing mystery council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
Maybe it's all a show and he ain't that stupid? Damn, you know what? You could be right. But, like, I don't know. Like, he must be a great actor then. Herlock Sholmes, the names in this game is just... I mean, Herlock Sholmes is, like, the least... Like, I would not mind being named Herlock Sholmes. Now, if my parents named me Chicken Stroganoff, I would have problem with them. I would have beef. Not my brother beef, but I would have beef with my parents.
I must say, I'm surprised. Why, quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
My brother beef. It's true though. We met Beef Stroganoff's brother, Chicken Stroganoff. And it was amazing. I was a little distracted by how tight his shirt was, but...
You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
Ow! What was that bonk for? I wish I had a picture to show you guys, but I don't. That explains Kazuma's silence before. Oh my god. Ow! I have so many few brain cells as is. Please, no more. It wasn't like I was thirsting over the man. I was just, you know, just slightly distracted about him not wearing the proper shirt size, okay? He was like showing off a little bit of his belly button. Oh my god. You like Stroganoff too much, it seems? No, I don't. I much prefer Herlock Sholmes, okay? Even if Chicken Stroganoff had those chunky arms, as the game called them. I'm still very disappointed we couldn't, like... I don't know why they decided to do that. Maybe it was a... I don't think it would have been a bug. Because when you're playing as... Ow! What the fuck? Because when you're playing as Sholmes and Mikotoba and you're doing that deduction thing, like, you're not allowed to examine anything. You just have to pick something and present it. And I don't know. I don't know why they did that. There we go. Popped my head like a pimple. Are you happy now? He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Poor head. Yes, at least I have a head. I was going to say something else, but I decided against it.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony.
You know what? I'm just glad you bonk my head and not throw a slipper at me.
The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
Oh my god.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
I'm like so sure it's him, because who else could it be? So he's basically giving, I don't know what's his angle here.
Good on you is a heavy on you.
He always says this every time he like sticks his leg up. It's so funny.
Pray, turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zieks?
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. And let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right, that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. And that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange? I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Yunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
This is where they kiss and confess their love for each other. A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction, you're convinced, lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Alright, time to press him on everything. So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey.
Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that.
If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed.
Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that told me.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now.
And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past.
A friend, even.
It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as grouse, the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter. Who says that? Normally people say heart, right? Who says nub?
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location?
I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse.
Yes. Even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. I'll have to try to sleep at least 2 hours. Yes, have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by and keeping me company, Heimdall. Take care of yourselves, there's only one of you. Very true. I hope you managed to sleep.
Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder.
Ah, what was the boop for? Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma.
Think what you will. Doesn't change the truth.
Okay, no common thread exists between them. There is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what?
Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like.
That sounds like Gregson. Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
Oh, I just realized what the link is between them. Yeah, okay, I got it. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. Oh, but there is. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. This game makes me want to eat fish and chips so bad. Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence.
Sorry?
Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury.
Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zieks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo. I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all?
Okay, we know what the link is.
It is his brother. Where is that autopsy report? We need Clint's autopsy. No. There we go, Clint's autopsy report.
Objection!
What is this, an autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Yeah, John Wilson was the main coroner of the autopsy.
Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again, the professor. I personally researched all of the court records relating to the case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
Oh, I think it's cute how he touches the badge.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated.
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak.
Not saying another word.
even if your life depends on it.
That's right. Even then. Well, ka-shing! Say hello to my little friend. Or very long friend. Shing! So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
The results of Clint Van Zieg's autopsy were fabricated. And the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Varric Van Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Varric Van Zieks.
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi.
What?
What you just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What?
Lord Van Zieks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too. Can I just say, for the record, I never liked him. The person we're talking about.
You.
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Dun 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 dun.
Take that!
Bro, poor Sholmes. Could you imagine I picked Sholmes? I should have saved. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart.
What? Lord Strongheart?
Damn the intense organ music. Holy shit, we're going. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zieks?
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
The court awaits your response, my lord.
I can't. Barrick, do you have to do this every time? You got it. What? You know what? He can be dramatic. He's allowed to be, but like, oh my god.
This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it's no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal. Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself.
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He had admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Susato, do your thing. Unlock your medium powers right here, right now.
You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. Mary! There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Sith won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Wait! Mikatoba! Right? Susato's dad was there. He could do it.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me.
Kazuma,
Please, this trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeek's is... It has to be Susato's dad. I mean, we could call him Mary, which is like Sith's daughter, but I don't think, like, she wasn't there. She's only heard from her mom, so it's gotta be Susato's dad.
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
He did not just say that. Y'all, did you just see what this man said to him? That was so out of pocket, holy shit.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
We all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
Oh, I can't do that gut-wrenching scream.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Hold it.
Who'd said that? Eric? Eugene? Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes?
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You'd only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory. The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors. Also, hello, Gold. You came in at a intense moment.
I think we're close to that break.
Order. Order in court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But what will we do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say this doesn't blah 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 blah?
What's...
The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow's run it out of custody. I don't know. I couldn't read fast enough. Could not read fast enough. What was it? Remanded. Yeah, remanded.
My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here.
Vindicate yourself on this outlandish blah blah blah. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Everything goes by so fast.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial. On with the trial. Testify, testify.
Oh, they're doing it for me. Testify.
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Of course, obviously he came with Eugen.
Pardon. Mikatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikatoba is here in the courthouse.
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
Maybe Shiro's right. Maybe Sholmes isn't as stupid as he makes everyone believe he is. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
Oh shit. Okay, we're gonna save here and we're gonna end stream. Oh, so many twists. Okay, yeah, next stream is definitely gonna be the last one. Save my progress, yes. All right. No, I didn't want to continue. I want it to like exit out of the menu. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the raid again. I hope you have a good sleep. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid. Let's see. Let's see. Who is live right now? Not that many people live, huh? Well, let's do this guy. I haven't raided him in a while. He's really popped off. I'm happy for him. He's really popped off. Yeah, not that many people streaming that at this hour that I follow. But yes, okay. When is the next stream that I planned? Next scheduled stream is, I think, Friday for me. That is like one of the only other evenings that I have free because my classes are at an awkward time. But yeah, next week will be... Not next week. Next stream is Friday, and that's Mass Effect. Otherwise, I don't know if I want to keep Ace Attorney at the same time. I technically could move it further up into like the afternoon for me. We'll see. I don't know. It's probably better for myself if I stream in the evening. But yeah, thank you guys for keeping me company, and I will see you next time where we will finish this, and I will probably start Ghost Detective. I should download it. It's made by the same company, Capcom or whatever it is, but it's another mystery game. I think it's, yeah, murder mystery. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. I hope you have a good rest of your day or night. Time to lift myself out of here.